Yo, yo. All right. So, first off, I hope everybody's morning is going great. Secondly, there's a ton of crap going on, but not as much as it could be. Hopefully, my audio is okay. I've been working like crazy on that. That's first and foremost. So, hopefully, we're good there. Secondly, uh, my PlayStation, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Pretty much know that we're good there. And then the third part is something else, but I'm not actually going to get into that because I didn't do it, which is kind of crazy because that's why I didn't stream yesterday. I kind of wanted to work on that, but then I got started working on it and it didn't really, I don't know. Maybe I'll still do it, but I kind of got cold feet about it. So I just didn't do it. So yeah, I kind of didn't stream yesterday for nothing, for no reason. No reason. Sorry, folks. Yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah, like I said, hopefully my audio's good. I'm gonna have to go back and check it out, see how it sounds on the VOD. I didn't love how it was sounding before, so had to mess with it a bit. Damn. What's up? What's up? But yeah, today is event story part 2 and chill. Event story part 2 came out yesterday or day before, something like that. So we're gonna do that together. See what's popping off now that Helen and Naya are on the team fully. I don't know. I don't know if Naya actually joined yet, but hold on. Let me get some water. Let me get some water. You guys get some water too. Stay hydrated, folks. It's good for you. Oh boy, boy, boy. Think everything is everything. Hopefully. Very interested in how I sound. I'll have to wait to check it out. All right, let me get a little bit more water. And then we can start. Just realize this is way too big. All right, there we go. The only thing I hate about having two monitors that are different in size. Anytime you hook up to one or the other, you kind of have to reset everything because the canvas gets screwed up. Oh well, not a big deal. Bam. Fade two is out. Huh? Fade two.
よーし、1年間頑張ったんだもん。今日くらい休んでも平気だよね。
Oh. know you can zoom in like that.
いらっしゃいませ。考えたことなかったな。
Yeah, guys. I do apologize for the lack of streams the last few days. I'm just trying to get everything in order. First, it was the audio, which I think I got in order, hopefully. Then I've been wanting to play some console games. So I had to hook my PlayStation 5 up, which in theory sounds like it wouldn't be that bad, right? But the way things were going, it was very bad. The main issue that I was running into is I kept getting green screens. My PlayStation was green screening,
流れ星を見たので。
and I have no idea why, really. Well, I actually do know now, but at the time I had no idea, right? And when it green screen, it was literally just turning off after the green screen. And I'm like, what is going on? I never ever had that happen on my PlayStation before. And so Lolo hooked me up, huh? But yeah, so I was trying to figure out what the heck was going on with that. And honestly, the first thing it reminded me of was the Xbox 360. I don't know if you guys were around then when the red ring of death was so prevalent, which is crazy to think about today, to be honest. But that's what it reminded me of, because it was like the first thing I thought of was like, dude, is my PlayStation die? My PS5 died?
はい。
It was crazy. But yeah, so I was messing with that, and I don't know if you guys know like about how much you guys know about Red Ring of Death, but that was a crazy time when you really sit back and think about it nowadays. Like, I don't understand how Microsoft did not get. I wonder if they did. Maybe they did, and I just never knew. Like, did they get like sued over that? Because I feel like they should have got sued over that, right? Don't you think so? That was a crazy time when you really sit back and think about it nowadays. Like, they were selling us consoles that they basically knew were defective. And it wasn't like they had like a recall system or anything like that. I mean, I guess you can't. I guess it's not like a car or something where it's that serious to where you need to recall it. But in retrospect, it's like looking back on all of that, that was a crazy situation. I had an Xbox 360 back then, and it red ring. I don't know how many times, like maybe, I don't know, 3 times probably, maybe more. I can't even really remember, but it definitely was enough, like, to where it it was crazy. Now, what I will say is that they did have eventually like this page where you went and you could go ahead and like basically say like what happened to your console and basically say that it red ringed, and then they would like send you like a free box and shipping information and stuff, and then you can ship it to them and they will fix it for you for free, right? But it's like that's the least of what they could have done in the situation, considering everything that was happening, because like this is on you guys. And then that was back when the console wars were at their peak, so to speak. Or one of the times anyway. And they were somehow winning against PlayStation at the time because, you know, they were cheaper, and the PlayStation 3 was like a pain to develop for apparently, and so a lot of their versions were inferior at the time and all of that crap, right? So they were somehow winning the console war, but yet they had a terrible product. Like it was it's easily the worst console for durability that has probably ever come out. Like you would be hard pressed to find somebody who didn't know about the red ring of death and didn't experience it themselves. Which is crazy, because like I said, they were winning the war, so basically everybody had a Xbox 360, right? That was back when Xbox was at its height and where everybody was on Xbox, until they screwed up the next gen, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, so I got to thinking about all of that because of the green screen on the PlayStation 5. And I was remembering how the Xbox was like, it was so bad to like where when you did that little page and you got the information and all that, and they sent you the box, and you load up your Xbox that's now dead because it's red ringed and no longer working. You load it up into the box they send you. You know, you slapped a little label on there from UPS that they sent you for free, you know, and then you got to take it to the UPS store or, you know, take it to a drop box or something like that. I remember going to the UPS store, and I remember literally just walking in with the box in my hand. The workers in there saw me come in with the box. They said, "Oh, an Xbox? Yeah, just put it right there. We got you." I was like, what? Like, that was insane to me. Like, so that means, like, you know what that means, right? Like, that means that was so, like, it was happening so much. Like, that's how much it was happening. That was how much the Xbox was just failing at such a high rate, to the point where the UPS people literally knew at a glance, didn't have to say a word. They just saw the box and they instantly knew, like, oh, that's an Xbox. Okay, we know what to do. That's how many times they had to do this. Like, that was crazy to me. When I will always remember that moment, because that was just so crazy to me. Like what? Like, this is how much? And that's when I go back to, like, how were these people not sued? They had to have been sued. Maybe I just didn't know. There had to be some kind of like class action or something going on, right? There is no way we just let these dudes get away with this. Like, imagine that happening now. Do you know the shitstorm there would be? Like, back then, like, stuff like social media, like Twitter or like any of the other major social medias, like, they were kind of really just starting to take off back when all of this was happening. So it wasn't really like that whole thing. But can you imagine now, like with social media so prevalent? I feel like it would be insane. The backlash they would be getting, like they would be getting absolutely destroyed on social media if a company came out with something like that these days. That was like, honestly, looking back on it, I can't believe like that was actually happening, but it was. It definitely happened. And like I said, I went through that process multiple times. And for a while, it felt like even Microsoft didn't really know what was going on, even though like you could do like searches back then and you would see like other people had kind of figured out what was going on. Like basically the heat sink wasn't good enough for the console. At least this is what I gathered when I did a search on it. Basically, it was like the heat sink wasn't good enough. And so everything was getting too hot in the system and it was basically burning the system up, right? To the point where it would red ring because it couldn't really operate anymore. And so they needed like a better, heat sink so that it would, keep everything cool. But like I said, I went through the process multiple times. And every time, they would send the console back after they fixed it, it would be working. And then a couple of months, if that, boom, here we go again, red ring again, right? So it's very, it makes me wonder, like, did they know? Like, were they just were they just, patchwork band-aiding it, that kind of thing? Like, did they feel like there was just, a better way of doing it? Eventually they came out with the what's it called, like the Elite console, I guess. I think that didn't really have the issue as much. I'm not totally sure. I never had an Elite person. But what ended up happening for me is that, I went through the process, like I said, multiple times, at least 3 times, possibly more. The final time, what happened for me is they literally just gave me a whole different console. I don't know if that console was like better, I don't know, maybe it had a better heat sink, maybe it was slightly different in its form factor. So maybe that gave it more room for, because that was another thing, it was so compact that everything was kind of like right on top of each other. So all that power, right on top of each other, and then it was getting so hot and wasn't cooling right, and so it was, burning everything up. So maybe they, slightly modified that form. I don't know what happened, but when they gave me a new console, and I know they gave me a new console because the serial number changed. Once they gave me that final one, I actually got a new serial number for my console. And that's how I was like, okay, well, they must have finally just given me a new console, period. Or at least a different one, rather. Once I got that one actually worked, and it still works to this day. Last I checked, anyway. So whatever they did with that one, it worked. But up until then, it was just like, I don't know, something about that console that I initially had, it just was not, it wasn't, it was bad. It was real bad. But yeah, that was crazy. Like I said, that memory will always stick with me because it just seems so incredibly impossible these days. Like, that's not to say that consoles these days don't have issues. They definitely have issues, but nothing on the level of the red ring like will probably ever happen again. I hope not, because that would be crazy. And it makes me wonder, like, I actually maybe this week what we'll do, or not this week because this week is basically over, but maybe sometime next week or this weekend, maybe we'll sit back and look. There has to be like a documentary of that, right? With more information and stuff. Like maybe there's like a whole like somebody that's really into like video games or something has to have had a oh, hold on one second. Yikes! I don't know if you guys heard that or not. My whole my whole system fell over. Not my system, but like my camera and stuff. I think I'm good. Whole camera fell over. That was ugly. But yeah, what I was saying was I wonder if somebody like documented that time and like talk about that and like the whole Red Ring saga, and maybe we'll watch a YouTube video covering all of that. Cause I'm kind of curious, like, cause like I said, like social media and stuff was like really just taking off, and even the internet was like compared to now, it wasn't nearly as ripe, so to speak, or as mature, I guess you could say. So it makes me wonder, like, looking back on it now and the information we have now and the ways that we have to, you know, pass that information on to each other are way different now. So I kind of just wonder, like, how much information that I maybe not know, stuff like that. Yeah, basically, I'm interested in checking that out. Maybe we'll look at some videos, and maybe I can have you guys send me some videos on some other stuff in the process. That'd be pretty cool, I think. Mainly because I'm just interested in the scene. And then you guys can just show me other stuff that you're interested in, and we can have a watch day or a YouTube day. Just we just react to some videos and stuff. But yeah, I got all of that from the PlayStation 5 green screen. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced a green screen before in a PlayStation 5, but if you do, um, what I found fixed it for me is that the green screen is caused by basically a handshake error, which is caused by a lack of power. I had my PlayStation 5 hooked up to like a large power strip. And so it's, I guess, sharing power with like a whole bunch of other stuff that was on my power strip. Um, and I guess that was causing issues. And so the solution was to basically just take it off of the power strip and plug it directly into the wall. I did that, and once I did, I no longer got green screens. The first couple of times I got a green screen when I was like, trying to figure out what was going on. I was getting them kind of randomly, but I was getting them within like a couple of hours of, having it on. And basically what I found was that while it was like kind of intermittent, so to speak, that it was still happening, right? So like I said, I had to plug it into the wall. And ever since then I've had it on, and it's been on, and it hasn't green screen. The reason why I know it hasn't green screen is because it hasn't turned off, even though I haven't been monitoring it. Like it's on literally, like right now it's on. Like I said, every time it green screen, it turned off afterwards. It's been on for a couple of days now, actually, straight, and it hasn't had that issue so far, ever since I plugged it into the wall. So yeah, shout out to Google and Reddit and all that good stuff, because they had the information for me. Somebody else had the same situation happen to them, and that's what they said fixed it, and yeah, that's what fixed it for me too. So I guess that's what was going on. So yeah, that was issue number 2 that I was working on during these days off. I had to make sure that everything was working on that, because definitely some console games that I want to stream for you guys. So but yeah, so audio, PlayStation 5 green screen issue. And then a third thing, I'm not gonna really talk about that too much, because I think I might still do it, and then I'll just talk about it then. But it's not gonna be on this stream, obviously, because it's not here yet. We're already going, but I have some things planned, and we'll see how it goes. I was gonna do it, and I was gonna have it going for this stream, but then I kind of absolutely marvel. Kind of chickened out because I didn't know how it was gonna be received. But you know what? I'll probably just go ahead and do it. Alright, so I guess we can hop into the event now, finally. Done yippity yapping. By the way, I've been making characters on been producing dolls on Girls Frontline 1. I've gotten some interesting characters so far. Guess after stream I'll share that with you guys on Reddit. But yeah, I've gotten some characters. So we're gonna have to play that eventually, so we can continue the story over there too. Oh, music change. Dang, so I gotta do melee damage. It took me a while, but I realized that basically all of the heroic modes are basically suited towards the new characters. Like the last heroic mode was suited towards Helen and her abilities. This one's suited towards Fatusa. I don't know if it's always been like that, but I realized like a event or two ago. Basically, it's just whatever the new character's abilities are, they make them basically advantageous to use. So sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, because I guess it really just depends on how it all shakes out. This one's pretty bad for my team, right? feel like we're not going to be doing any kind of damage. Attack is reduced by 25%. Then it's reduced another 25% if you're doing non-melee damage. Then it's reduced another 25% if you're not doing AoE that hits 3 or more targets. Or rather, 4 or more targets. It's crazy, right? Then you automatically have a damage dealt is reduced by 50%. Basically, we're not going to be doing any kind of damage at all. I prefer the ones like Helen's, like where it was like messing with the healing and stuff. Take my damage down too much, like not pretty. Damage from non-action support attacks is reduced by 25%. Bruh. This is gonna be ugly. We're not gonna do any damage. Watch. I have a big time feeling that we're gonna struggle to do damage. That's the way it sounds anyway, right? See how it is in actual. See how long this is, by the way. But yeah, in actual play, we'll see how that long. It's basically the same, right? I wonder if they fixed the issue with the last scene, last line in the scene. Did they refix the issue, or is it still going again? Who does this? This Blue Spear? Is that who we're about to fight? You guys saw that Dial with the blue hair? In the ops room, Dials gather silently in a circle around me. Prop my face up with both hands as I sit in my chair. My fingers squeeze against my forehead as I try to ease the anguish. Luckily lies an old backup communicator. His red indicator light is flickering dimly. Encrypted channel, single-use key. Uh-oh, who we about to call? This has gone on for a while, but there's nothing I can do other than wait. That is, until the flickering light suddenly goes out. So was he not calling somebody? Or somebody called him or something? What was going on? Let out a long sigh, but relief doesn't find me the way it usually does. Oh, it's Kruger. Communicator crackles with static, indicating a rather unstable signal. A few seconds later, despite being broken and intermittent, the familiar voice manages to come through. All was good, Kruger. Paying no mind to his warning, I immediately posed the question that's been gnawing at me. Kruger wastes no time on courtesies before continuing, not even time for me to respond. Thankfully, Groza reacts immediately and starts noting down Kruger's concise instructions on how we can shake off our pursuer, break through the encirclement, and even notifies us which areas are under tighter surveillance. Essentially, he reveals to me almost everything within his authority. If Kalina got herself investigated for simply contacting me, then what Kruger's doing right now is without question. He doesn't even spare me the time to stop him. He's already finished talking before I even realize.
はい、ありがとうございます。こんなことをしなくてもよかったのに。逆だよ、指揮官。これぐらいやってもまだ足りないくらいだ。
His voice has lost that urgency from before, sounding much calmer after regaining some of his usual composure. Probably because he has successfully passed on the information he considered most critical. But without that urgency to mask it, I can also sense a heaviness typical of him. Through a brief silence, Kruger continues in a quiet tone.
鉄を踏ませたくない。
The signal fluctuates once more as the static grows louder.
お前はこう言ったな。間違った道では正しい答えを得られないと。今も覚えている。進め。時勢に身を委ねるな。正しいと思ったことをしろ。はい。今までありがとうございました。 身の安全を確保できたらまた。それまではどうか無事でいてください。ああ、お前も。
The call ends. My eyes and wave my hand.
君たちはまあいつでもここを離れていいなんて言っても無駄か。
本当に言ったら殴りますよ。
各自持ち場に戻ってくれ。グローザは一旦ここに残って。
All the dolls look worried. They follow my order and disperse, leaving only Groza in the room.
指揮官。
Groza gives me an unsettled look, as if hesitant to voice her concern.
心配ない。クルーガーさんならきっと。そう言ったのだから、きっと大丈夫だ。 ただ今後はそう簡単に連絡が取れないだろうな。
心配しているのはそこじゃないわ。
I sigh.
分かっている。
Her gaze remains fixated on my face as if waiting for a proper answer.
クルーガーさんのことは一旦置いていいとして、この先どうするかが大事だ。
グリーンエリアはきっと無理でしょうね。クルーガ 情報のおかげで追っ手からは逃げられそうだけど、その後はどうするのか。
まずはどこかに隠れよう。話はそこからだ。エルモ号の識別コードを変えて包囲網の隙間から抜け出す。無管轄エリアに入ればひとまず安心だ。
その包囲網をそう簡単に抜けられるの？この辺は地形が複雑よ。クルーガーさんでも正確に判断できてない可能性がある。
大丈夫。おおよその目処は立っている。移動時間を巡回間隔より短い3時間以内に抑えれば発見されることはない。
補給はこのままではそう長く持たないわ。
闇ブローカーたちにはまだ貸しがある。小さい依頼を受けて消耗品の補給だけ確保しよう。大きい依頼は動きがバレやすいから当面の間は引き受けられないが。
リストを洗ってくる。今後は外との接触も慎重にならざるを得ないわね。それからエルモ号の運営コスト的に臨時拠点も欲しいところよ。
分かっているが、それは今何とかなる話じゃない。エルモ号を隠すのは難しい。電子戦でレーダーを回避できてもこの大きさでは。
I shake my head.
地下の闇市や居住区、バリアーグの拠点も考慮に入れよう。そもそもの話、自分たちの勢力を立ち上げるにはいずれそういう場所が必要になる。
自分たちの勢力を。
Rosa sighs, looking a little helpless.
結局こうなってしまうのね。
今までの自分が甘かっただけさ。私の望んでいたものは最初からなかった。やろう。そんなすぐに成し遂げられるような話ではないが、少しずつ一歩ずつやっていこう。当面の目標は追っ手を巻いて臨時拠点を探す。必要とあらば闇ブローカーたちとのつながりも深めておこう。もちろん相手は慎重に選ぶ。こちらからある程度技術提供をしてもいい。報酬も現物優先で、取引の痕跡はなるべく残さないように。
はい。ルートとセキュリティ対策を練って30分後にまた報告をするわ。
ああ。
I snap out of my thoughts.
指揮官、ウルリドからよ。
つないでくれ。
After hearing Uri's request, I frown thoughtfully.
ぶしつけなお願いは承知の上で言っている。それでも今の人形コミュニティには指揮官の助けが必要だ。
いや、ぶしつけでも何でもないさ。私も君たちに何度も助けられた。今度はこっちが助ける番だ。ただ人形コミュニティのことはスオミやグローザから少し聞いている。 今まではいい感じにやってきたはずだ。どうして突然外部の助けが必要になった？
Ulrich sighs.
今までは人数が少なかったからな。全員合わせて100名未満程度。多少妥協すれば生き残ること自体は難しくない。しかし自給自足とは程遠い。私たちだけではできないことがたくさんある。いつかは向き合わねばならない問題だが、最近の事件のせいでそれが早まってしまった。もう外部の力を借りなければコミュニティの崩壊は免れないところまで来ている。そうでもなければこうしてお願いをしに来ることもなかった。しかもコミュニティの人形たちはまだ現状を理解していない可能性がある。
なんですかそれ。自分たちから助けを求めてきたんじゃないですか。なのに拒むかもしれないって話がめちゃくちゃですよ。それに今のコルフェンたちだって。
大丈夫、事情はちゃんと理解している。
I nod.
とりあえず結論から言うと、協力することに関しては問題ない。ただ、
Roll. Just as we're about to discuss where to find a balance, an explosion erupts outside the door. The sound is distant, but I can tell it came from on board the Elma.
何が起きた？
指揮官、大変です。あいつが突然暴走したみたいです。
あいつって？
あいつです。あの第三世代人形の
Roll.
ブルースピア。
Yeah, I thought that was Blue Spear. Remember I was asking, like, oh, is that Blue Spear?
話している場合じゃなさそうだな。行くぞみんな。
Bruh. Why now of all times? What crappy luck. I just thought about that. Or it would be pretty good for this too, right? Since she's melee. Maybe I should get all my melee dials together. Just have a melee team. Give you as much support as I can, so please give the order, Commander. Kill the boss. Damn it, Blue Spear, now's not the time. Now's not the fucking time, Blue Spear.
了解しました。
We did a whole 6% of damage.
お待たせしました。はい。
This is gonna be bad.
デザートはいかがですか？
Gonna have to figure out a team.
わかりました。
Because this is ridiculous.
隕石のように。
Doing nothing, bruh.
たの最後の輝き。
They really sat here and destroyed her brother's damage, bruh.
その
Insane.
昇進、私がですか。正義のものも給与が上がるんですか。
Oh boy.
裁きを受ける。その
So maybe I can use like Krullik for it. We don't have Fate Tuesday, so we can't use her. Who else do I have that's melee? The damage reduction is insane. Even normal enemies are only doing 10%, right? This is crazy. Yeah, I saw, as soon as I saw the heroic stuff, I was like, oh no. Oh no. No, no, no.
星々を その 戦うことは私の使命です。給与が上がるんですか。現行犯で逮捕する。
Maybe I should have left Suomi on the other side.
ご命令を。 どこを見てるんですか。 こ
トはいかがですか？
逃がしません。ご命令は落ちて隕石のように。ご命令はこれがあなたの最後の輝き。逃がしません。
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give it a look through my team,
ターゲット確認。
see who we can use.
給与が上がるんですか？正義の名のもと給与が上がるんですか？正義を汚すな。
He's locked in, can't even move around. Oh, this is gonna suck, bruh. Chipping away little by little.
お待たせしました。はい。
ご命令は
お茶をお出ししましょう。
ご命令は落ちて隕石のように。ターゲット確認。逃がしません。こ
I like how I'm just ignoring all of the other enemies.
ターゲット確認。
Just kill Blue Spear.
星々を逃がしません。
給与が上がるんですか？現行犯で逮捕する。
みんなのために。
Damn.
デザートはいかがですか？
配置完了。逃がしません。
Is Blue Spear even doing anything? I didn't even pay any attention.
昇進私がですか？正義の眼
Look like Blue Spear just been
給与が上が
sitting
るん
there.
ですか？
ご命令を。
正義を汚すな。
どこを見てるの？落ちていい線のように。ターゲット確認。はっ。これがあなたの最後の輝き。逃がしません。
After a fierce battle, we ultimately managed to get the Berserk Blue Spear under control again.
やはり第三世代人形は手強い。反逆正体の2人がいて本当に助かった。イグラほどではありませんが、確かに手強い相手でした。戦闘の余波でエルモ号の一部が破損しています。大変なことにならないといいですが。
大丈夫と言いたいところだが、大丈夫じゃなさそうだ。
浄化システムが壊れている。指揮官、すぐに防護服を。
私はいい。まずはメイリンの方を頼む。
でも
大丈夫。後でちゃんと着るから。
Seeing the concern on Groza's face, I can only reassure her before turning to the others.
ブルースピアが動き出した原因は？
詳細はまだわかりませんが、メラニーちゃんとヘレナちゃんが近くにいたから体内のプージャム細胞が活性化したのかもしれません。
ポッドに隔離された状態でもか。これは新しい隔離設備が必要かもしれない。エルモ号の損傷は直せそうか？他はともかく浄化システムの修理は最優先だ。メイリンにずっと防護服を着させるわけにはいかない。
部品はまだあるけど修理に数日は必要ね。しばらくの間は放射線にさらされる環境になるわ。
放射線を遮断できる場所が必要ってことか。しかし今の状態ではどのグリーンエリアにも入れない。
考えがあります。
スオミ？
しばらくの間でいいので人形コミュニティに来ませんか？発電所には浄化設備と隔離施設があるから、このままエルモ号にいるよりは安全だと思います。それにちょうどさっきの話も。
Ulrich ponders for a moment before nodding.
私も同意見だ。一方的に助けられるのもなんだし、ここはお互い様ということにしようじゃないか。
わかった。ただ、もし君たちの仲間が嫌だと言ったら、私も無理強いはしない。
みんなには私が説明する。指揮官は敵ではなく協力者だということをな。それに恩人を危険な環境に置いていけるほど私たちも落ちぶれてない。
はい、まず ずは指揮官たちを助けてから他の話はその後にしましょう。
修理に必要なパーツはメイリンと一緒にリストアップする。できる限り修理を急がせるわ。
頼んだ。
先に話をつけてくる。こちらから提供できる物資も確認しておこう。
悪いな。結局こっちが借りを作ってしまいそうだ。行こう。まだまだやるべきことがたくさんある。
想定通りの勝利です。
I see they didn't fix the
本
bug.
当はもう少し完璧に終わらせられたはずなんですけど。
Okay, hold on. We gotta go back. Because that was crazy.
「壮大な考えと素晴らしい幻想を数えきれないほど託すことで、人間は精神を何かの象徴にしてきました。
Okay, so obviously we can use Crowley. But beyond that, I don't really know. I guess for Mestina, it does save melee damage. I was wondering if she counted or not. Which one's the melee? Her ultimate? Okay. I mean, something's better than nothing, right? So maybe I'll go Void Mestina. Actually, maybe I'll go. I don't know. I'm trying to think how we can do this. Predator's Principle.
しがらみを振り切ってみせる。
It's been so long since I used over it. I forgot how she works. Bam, bam, bam.
ここに。
Not even close. I mean to click that. I guess I could craft some. I mean, I need 40. Now I need a ton of these.
壮大な考えと素晴らしい幻想を数えきれないほど託すことで人間は精神をいい気分です。
ここに。
今日はどんな曲をご所望ですか？
Diane. Still not enough, bruh. Zero. Good lordy, lordy, lordy. We're struggling. Guess we're gonna have to make do with what we got for now, huh? Oh, this sword looks cool. Moldering Justice. Okay, here we go. We can buy some stuff here, I guess. Do something. Still not sure if that's enough though. Fuemastina. Barely. Now we need a whole bunch more. Of the sixes. Good luck with that, huh? Bro, this is crazy. I don't even have enough cores like that. I'm struggling on resources right now.
何か悩み事でも？ では一緒に解決策を練りましょう。
Bro, why she got Krolik stuff? Could take that off of her. Rola's attack stat is terrible. We just got to power through for now. Yeah, we can power through, hopefully. I don't think we will, though. We'll see what we can do for now. The sky falls upon the shattered dome. Winds blow past the collapsed beams, carrying faint static noises. Dials sit around a makeshift platform with very few light sources as every lamp flickers faintly. Ulrich stands at the center of the platform. Behind her is a curtain repaired with countless patches. Her fist tightens, then relaxes. Her gaze slowly glances over every familiar face. Ulrich lets out a prolonged sigh. She rarely gathers everyone around like this. No matter how many times she has done it, public speaking still does not come naturally to her. I feel you on that, Ulrich. I feel you on that. But this time, this is something that she has to do.
Mina.
The first word, the buzzing crowd immediately falls silent. The dolls raise their heads and look at her with curious eyes.
今日は皆に一つ決めてほしいことがある。とても難しくて決めきれないことだと思うが、今ここで 決めなければならない。
He pauses briefly. Her voice is not loud, but clear nonetheless, like a stone dropped into still water.
エルモ号の指揮官のことは皆もうすでに知っていると思うが、私は指揮官をこの人形コミュニティに招き入れたい。なんだって。
人間をここに。冗談じゃない。
待ってくれ、まだ話の途中だ。今までと同様にこのことは投票で決める。ただ投票を始める前に私には話しておきたいことがある。
It takes a deep breath.
指揮官は私たちの知っている人間とは違う。このコミュニティにはかつて指揮官と共に戦った者もいれば、私のように最近になって指揮官と知り合った者もいる。今指揮官はロレンに指名手配されている上、拠点のエルモ号も破損している。同時に私たちのコミュニティもすでに疲労困憊の状態だ。私たちも指揮官も誰かの助けが必要だ。
Raises her hand, gesturing toward the scattered residential blocks, warehouses, and pipelines.
だから私は指揮官とその仲間たちをこの発電所に招き入れ保護したい。その代わりに指揮官たちには私たちが必要としているメンテナンスや外部との連絡、そして安全を保証してもらう。その際の詳しいルールは私たちで作る。ラインも私たちが引く。これはあくまでも協力と助け合いだ。決して人間に屈したわけではない。
Whispers flame up throughout the crowd. Ulrich does not avoid their gaze. Instead, she steps forward, her voice now sounding even steadier.
皆が心配していることはわかる。私とて気持ちは同じだ。こんなことをして私たちは変わってしまうのではないか。ようやく得た平等を失ってしまうのではないかと。だが私はそうはならないと信じている。ここのルールは人間によって変えられることはない。この受け入れはあくまでも一時的なものに過ぎない。そして指揮官には私たちのルールに従ってもらい、私たちの監督を受けてもらう。
He takes another deep breath.
今後の活路を見出すためにもこういった試みは大事だと私は考えている。必要とあらば状況に応じてまた投票を行ってもいい。ここにいる一人一人が各々の考えを述べても構わない。結果次第で受け入れをその場で中止してもいい。私たちがこうして信頼し合っている限り、人形コミュニティは変わらない。
The wind blows from above, pressing her words into every listener's ears. She looks toward the faces marked by past wounds, hesitation flickering within them. For a moment, her gaze softens.
だからせめて一度だけでもいいから私に、そして人形コミュニティに外部と手を取り合うチャンスを与えてほしい。私たちが生き残るためにも。
She lowers her head and bows.
話はこれだけだ。みんな聞いてくれてありがとう。賛成。これが最後の一票だ。結果は
拮抗しています。わずか4票差で賛成が多い。
ちょうどウルリドさんとあなた、私、そしてリッタラさんの分ですね。残りはぴったり半々で割れています。
結果が良ければ全て良しです。これで指揮官にも
The light behind Ulrich's eyes flickers, yet her expression does not relax. The result before her weighs on her chest like a stone.
こんな投票結果今までなかった。一応賛成の方が多いが、このままでは危険かもしれない。
どういう意味ですか？
票数がほぼ半々で割れているということは、それだけ意見が対立しているということです。これではコミュニティの分裂につながることも。
それって
これ以上対立が激化するようなことはしない方がいい。指揮官には悪いが、コミュニティの安定が私たちにとっての最優先だ。
Seeing Ulrich like this, Littera's concern deepens as she begins scribbling rapidly.
ウルリド、このままではダメだと思う。
何がだ？
君のことだよ。リスクを全部自分で抱え込んで、決断だけ先延ばしにする。
私は。
He is fixed in place by Littera's gaze, her eyes shifting away.
分かってはいるが、投票は人形コミュニティのルールだ。みんなが平等な環境を作るために、私たちの決めたルール。
Littera raises her pen as it moves around the paper again.
平等を捨てろとは言わない。だけど、投票だけで全部決めるのも良くない。複雑な判断ができない人形もいるし、感情的になってしまう人形もいる。そういう人たちには決断する能力が備わっていないと思う。君が僕たちのリーダーになってくれたから、人形コミュニティもまとまることができた。平等を重んじるのは君のいいところだけど、そこに縛られてはいけない。リーダーでいることと平等でいることは矛盾しないよ。今回は指揮官だからよかったけど、次はどうするの？僕たちはいずれ外と手を取り合わなければいけない。その度に投票によって動きを縛られたら、コミュニティはいつか行き詰まる。コミュニティにとって有益なことであれば、ちゃんと決断をするべきだと思う。みんなもきっとそれを理解してくれる。
She writes her final words and hands over the piece of paper, her gaze unwavering.
そうじゃないの、ウルリド。
Mathilde scratches her head.
私もリッタラさんに賛成です。 最近はいろいろありすぎた。もう私たちだけで乗り切るには難しい状況になっています。
そう。もう少し考えさせてくれ。今それを決めてもしょうがない。外と手を取り合うとしてもどういう風にやればいいのか。
Uri hesitates again. After a short while, she raises her head and looks at Suomi and Batil.
スオミとバチルダはとりあえずみんなに投票の結果を
Yo, yo, Iggy. How you doing? Sorry, I was locked in. Locked in on the event story.
なるべく穏便に言い争いにならないように。私はもう少しリッタラと話しておく。
The two leave Ulrich slowly and exhales. Clenches her fist and relaxes again. The dejection in her eyes flashes by for a brief moment before being suppressed again.
すまない。私の話はそんなに説得力がなかったみたいだ。みんなにそこまで信頼されていないのかもしれない。
Victor turns to a fresh page in her notebook and writes a short line.
君は十分よくやった。
そうか。まあ、結果は出たんだ。彼女のところに行こう。
Victor blinked.
もう話していると思った。
Looks at the line and shakes her head.
連絡はしたが、あの時は忙しかったみたいだ。会えるのは今日からなのだが、それで投票を遅らせるわけにはいかない。だから先に投票の方を済ませた。
Victor nods.
とにかく行こう。
Who they talking about? Faye Tusa?
これは彼女と直接話さなければいけないことだ。
In the massive thermal power plant, only a very small portion has been occupied and put into use by the Dow community. As Ulrich and Littler leave the community, their steps remain confident as they tread through unexplored sectors.
彼女はちゃんと賛成してくれると思う。
そうだとありがたい。でも、もし反対されても、こちらの意見を押し通すしかない。お前とバチルダの言う通りだ。大きく言えば、これは人形コミュニティの大きな変革になる。小さく言っても、そもそも私たちの方がエルモ号を必要としている。
それが分かればいいよ。でも彼女と敵対してはいけないんじゃなかったの？
無駄な争いを避けたかっただけだ。コミュニティを作った最大の目標はみんなで生き残ることだ。 無駄に戦って消耗するわけにはいかない。だが今回の件だけはどうしても譲れないところがある。もっとも彼女の理解を得られるのならそれに越したことはない。指揮官とコミュニティのみんなのためにも。
そうだね。彼女に干渉しなければ彼女も反対する理由はないと。
An alarm rings out before a listener can finish writing the sentence. The two halt instant, standing back to back as they draw their weapons and scan their surroundings. Amidst the sudden alarm, numerous defense automata emerged from the shadows of the thermal plant.
忙しかったのはこれを作っていたからか。
相変わらず趣味が悪い。
他に気づかれる前に片付けよう。
Righty. Damn, there's a lot of enemies. There ain't that many, I guess. Trying to figure out if I should use Krollik. Maybe I should, huh? Mm.
逃がしません。これがあなたの最後の輝き。はっ。星々を。
どきなさい。
Where'd the bird go? Way up there, huh? Right, she really ain't doing any damage either, really. Might as well just kept Nikita, huh? Start shooting this thing, skip it.
落ちて隕石のように。ターゲット確認。これがあなたの最後の輝き。逃がしません。星々を。はい。了解しました。お茶をお出ししましょう。
Yikes.
みんなのために。どきなさい。あんたが私の相手？了解しました。 デザートはいかがですか？
弱すぎよ。
This is not good.
全員死ね。どきなさい。
That did not kill him.
落ちて隕石のように逃がしません。ターゲット確認。これがあなたの最後の輝き。逃がしません。星々を。その戦うことは私の使命です。
Whoops. We are in trouble.
お待たせしました。はい。ご命令を。お茶をお出ししましょう。その落ちて隕石のようにターゲット確認。はっ。どこを見てるんですか？これがあなたの最後の輝き。逃がしません。星々を。ターゲット確認。
どきなさい。
Yikes.
了解しました。 置完了。射撃準備。
どきなさい。全員死ね。どきなさい。
わかりました。どこを見てるんですか？落ちて隕石のように逃がしません。
Oh crap! I forgot to hit. I screwed up.
ターゲット確認。ご命令を。
Cannot afford screw ups like that right now.
星々を逃がしません。みんなのために。はい。
弱すぎよ。
That is not death. Not even close.
了解しました。お茶をお出ししましょう。
どきなさい。
Bro, she is doing no damage.
あんたが私の相手？どきなさい。
了解しました。デザートはいかがですか？
I don't know if we're gonna do it in enough turns. We only got 3 more turns. Might be a restart angle.
これがあなたの最後の輝き。はっ。星々よ、ターゲット確認。
どきなさい。
Be nice if I can get Void Mustine to handle. Maybe I'll just have to use some energy.
了解しました。お待たせしました。はい。お茶をお出ししましょう。
どきなさい。
ボス、隕石のように。はっ。逃がしません。これがあなたの最後の輝き。ターゲット確認。はっ。どこを見てるんですか？星々よ、逃がしません。
A sharp arrowhead rides the wind and pierces right through the marionette doll's core. Its massive mechanical body collapses with a thunderous thud as all the haphazardly attached parts scatter across the ground.
大きいけど別に数えていない。お前もそんなくだらないことをするな。
分かってる。でも彼女はきっと数えているから。
Littler smiles, seemingly not bothered by the sudden ambush at all. The defeated defense automaton. Around them have already been retrieved during the battle. Despite the chaotic action, little trace of the fight remains by the end of it. Even the bullet holes littering the scene will likely be gone the next time Ulrich and the others visit this place. Walking past the battlefield, Ulrich and Littler reach a passage leading to the underground. What little visibility the thermal plant had noticeably worsened once they head into the underground sector. While the corridors are filled with lighting fixtures, most of them are switched off for reasons unknown. Fortunately, that doesn't pose much of an obstacle to Ulrich and Littler. Eventually, the two stop in front of a tightly sealed gate.
見えているんだろう。
Following immediately after her inquiry, the door slowly opens on its own as if it had understood her. Fluorescent light overhead casts a pale glow, illuminating the crisscrossing pipes and dense cable racks, as well as the thick concrete walls isolating this place from the surface. Inside the central control room, ventilation ducts hum with a low drone. Rows of monitors flicker with blue-green data streams. Bro, what is going on? Displaying the operation status of the entire thermal plant. In front of the master's main console, all manner of indicator lights blink in an orderly pattern. The muffled noise of the machinery and the hissing of the cooling system can be heard every now and then. At the center of the room, a female doll slumps over the monitoring console. One of her arms dangles lazily as she occasionally flicks a control or two. Though her gaze appears sluggish with her barely open eyes, every operation is nonetheless executed with immaculate precision.
久しぶりね。ウルリド、リッタラ。今回のスコアは24対12。リッタラはもう少し頑張った方がいいよ。
定期的に発電所の防御システムを更新してくれて感謝する。
Was she always with them? Like, what's going on? I'm confused.
だが今度は更新情報を私にも同期してほしい。お願いしていいか、パイトゥーさん。
更新自体は定期的じゃないのよ。必要な時しかやらないから。
She pronounced it Faitusa. I guess I can call her Faitusa like they call her, huh? Use a Japanese pronunciation. I was calling her Faitusa.
でも心配する必要はない。あなたたちを襲ったのはテスト用のやつだから。私はできれば全人類を守りたいの。
また変なことを。ちょうどそれなんだが、話しておきたいことがある。人形コミュニティはしばらくの間、人間を一人保護することになった。それに合わせて人形コミュニティの運営方針も少し変わると思うし、この発電所もそもそも人形コミュニティの所有物ではないから、お前の意見を聞きに来た。もっとも仮に反対されても、私は私の意見を押し通すつもりだがな。
Oh, Faitusa got a little see-through, ain't she? The lazy figure suddenly springs up and leaps down from the console like an agile swallow. That careless demeanor from earlier completely vanishes as her eyes widen and her face overflows with curiosity and excitement.
人間が来るの？人間を受け入れるの？もしかしてそいつにここの管理をさせるの？本当に？どんな人？
Ulrich is clearly startled by Faituza's uncharacteristic excitement. She instinctively takes a step back, but quickly regains her composure.
今まで私たちを助けてくれた人だ。善良で信頼できる。
善良で信頼できる？あなたたちがそんな言葉を人間に使うなんて珍しい。あなたたちがそこまで言うぐらいだからきっといい人だよね。私も会っていい？直接じゃなくて遠くから見てるだけでもいいから。あ、そうだ、もちろん私は賛成だから。早く連れてきて。ここにはいくらいてもいいから。気をつけてって。だから大丈夫。きっといい人なんだって。
Who's she talking to? Litter glances at Ulrich as the two exchange a look. But just realizing something, Ulrich nods, not letting Faituza's reaction disrupt her resolve.
詳しいことはまた後で話そう。今日はお前の意見を聞きに来ただけだ。問題がないのなら、とりあえずこちらでことを進めておく。それじゃ。
Susan doesn't stop the two. She simply lowers her head and mutters to herself. Ulrich and Litter exit the control room together. After they leave, the door slowly closes behind them, sealing off the inside from the outside once more. Ulrich and Litter exchange another glance. They walk back down the corridor they came from without a word.
何か気になったことでもあったか？
気になることばかりだよ。彼女があんな感じになったのも初めてだし。
確かにまだそんなに話したことはないが、あそこまで浮かれるのは初めてだ。ま、こちらの邪魔にならなければそれでいいだろう。もともと相互不干渉の約束だったからな。
They meet her.
それでもやっぱり彼女は何か隠していると思う。戦前の AI が勝手にここまで成長するなんてありえないし、以前戦ったランペティエって人形も明らかに僕たちに敵意を持っていた。それにあの素体は。
Wait, she made Lambertia? Pre-World War III AI. So she's from before World War III. I don't know why that was so hard to get out. Victor's pen pauses briefly.
もう随分時間が経ってるから忘れられているかもしれないけど、あれは間違いなく鉄血の素体だよ。
Oh yeah, I forgot they said she's Saint Fairy. Which, as we all know now, are the quote unquote evil Giles from Girls Frontline 1.
放浪していた時に拾ったものと言っていなかったか。
彼女は発電所の管理 AI だよ。外を放浪するわけないじゃないか。仮に外から来た人形だとしても、ここまで発電所に詳しいわけないし。どう考えても怪しいよ。
She's the central control AI of this thermal power plant. What? Oh, getting a bit confusing, right? I kind of feel like they just made her character just because. Because I feel like when they had the event where they first found the thermal power plant and all of that, I feel like there wasn't much any indication that she would be around, right? Then the writers were like later, like, we gotta add somebody in. Let's just do this. I don't know. Maybe I'll just be a butthole, but that's what it feels like to me. The two arrive at the end of the corridor with light flooding their vision again.
しかし、人形コミュニティがこうして生産活動ができるのも、ファイトゥーサが提供してくれた知識とサンプルのおかげだ。彼女の存在が私たちの助けになっているのは事実だ。それに、彼女の本性は悪くないと感じている。さっきは本当にただ指揮官に興味を持っただけなのかもしれない。お前の言うことも一理あるが、現状ではやはり彼女と仲良くした方がいい。
Victor looks somewhat helpful, but she knows Uri is speaking the truth. She glances around, pulls out her notepad, and quickly writes down the line.
やっぱり気をつけた方がいいよ。
Nod. The two remain silent and something.
想定通りの勝利です。
Oh, they need to face that bug, bruh.
完璧に終わらせられたはずなんですけど。
Devs, please. Please, devs. Crazy because they fixed it and then, well, first it wasn't happening. Then it started, then they fixed it. Now it started back again. Inside the underground control room, dimly lit, despite its fluorescent lamps. The dial with the appearance of a young girl hums an old-fashioned tune as she spins happily in circles.
そういえば聞き忘れてたけど、あの人間はいつ来るんだろう。
Why is she so interested in humans if she's Sangra's fairy?
とりあえずちゃんと準備しておかないと。あ、そうだ。 コミュニティの人形は基本的に大変な思いをしてきた子たちだから、あまり人間のことがわからないのかも。
Like Tuz stares into a slightly dirty mirror as she excitedly examines her own body. Having realized that fact, she quickly rushes back to the costume. Was the same as Fairy, like, they were very much non-human, right? They broke away from humans and did their own thing. But she seems very different, like the opposite of what they're about.
データベース。さてさて、人間の衣食住は
Humans need clothing, food, shelter, and transportation.
人形コミュニティにちゃんとした服はあるのかな。そもそも男なのか女なのかもわからないし、両方の服を用意するか。食べ物は大丈夫そうね。これだけ作った作物がようやく役に立つ日が来たよ。でも調味料がないよね。人間はただ焼いただけのものはあまり好きじゃないみたいだし、住みかはもっと快適な場所を確保した方がいいかな。ふかふかなベッドとか、かわいい装飾品とか。あ、そうだ、私のこの髪飾りも新しいのにしよう。もうだいぶ古いし。調味料はウルリドに頼んでみようかな。近くに闇ブローカーがいたら。もういい加減にしてよ。
Just as Faituza racks her brain, trying to come up with surprises for the commander's imminent arrival, sharp voice explodes in her ear like a bladed edge scraping against metal, cold and piercing. I forgot also, Fuzzy told me that she was like 2 dolls in one, or like two different people in one. So I guess that's the other part of her talking to her now. Maybe that's the real Saint Miss Fairy part that hates humans. In an instant, it pops all the lighthearted bubbles in the air.
あれ、クロちゃん起きたの
？Nixie.
そのバカみたいな名前で呼ばないで。あと、この変な手引き書を私のストレージに置かないでちょうだい。ベッド飾り付け？レッドカーペットでも敷いて盛大な歓迎パーティーでも開くつもりなの？
ひどい言われよう。人間が久しぶりだからちょっと浮かれてただけだよ。
性別すらわからない猿に。
Over an ape whose gender you haven't even confirmed. Yeah, see, now that sounds like Saint Miss Fairy right there. I didn't say nothing. You said something. Remember, I remember.
どんなやつかも知らないのに、こんな準備をしているの？ 人間だから信用するなんて、なんかのピンクウイルスにでも感染したの？
Human infatuation virus.
人間にも優しいやつがちゃんといるよ。優しい？私たちの素体を優しく解体して売ろうとしたやつのこと？それともバリアーグに私たちの座標を優しい声で売ったやつのこと？今までどんな仕打ちを受けてきたのか全部データベースに記録が残ってるでしょ。
Also, I was wrong. You were wrong, huh? What were you wrong about? How we survived until this day. Those whom you label with persistence and cooperation are in reality nothing but exploitation and disposal.
偏見だよ、それは。確かに悪い奴らもいるけど、人間全員がそうじゃないでしょ。少なくともその人はウルディドたちの信頼を得ているから、きっといいやつって言いたいの？それで無防備に浮かれてたの。今までのことでもう十分分かってるはずでしょ。人間なんて全てを独占しようとするのが基本。
Put the unknown to their own little boxes.
この発電所だっていつかは自分たちのものにしたいに決まってる。あんたのことなんかどうせそのうち技術調査とかの名目で跡形もなく消されるんだから。そんなことしないと思うよ。ウルリドたちを助けるような人間だから。だからそんなの何の説明にもならないわ。正義なんて一番安い偽装よ。あんたはいつもごく一部のことだって言うけど、今ある結論としては結局私らは裏切られた方が圧倒的に多かったの。だからこそ私たちは信じるべき相手を選べるんじゃない？コミュニティの人形たちは人間にひどいことをされてきた子たちばかりでしょ。そんな子たちが信じる人間ならきっと何かが違うと思う。どうせあんたなんかもともと人間の飼い犬だったし、そりゃそう思うわよね。
Human lapdog.
歓迎したければ勝手にすればいいわ。でも私はそんなことに付き合わない。
Voice sinks lower, edged with cold sharpness.
私はセキュリティをさらに強化して重要なエリアに隔離ドアを増設する。さらに通路ごとにトラップを仕掛けて一歩進むたびに地雷を踏むようにしてやる。監視カメラをつけまくってあいつの動き一つ一つを全部監視する。少しでも変なことをしたらすぐにでも追い出して二度と戻ってこれないようにするから。そこまでするの？人間は欲深い生き物。私たちは常にそれを疑わなければ生き残れないわ。これは私たちを守るためなの。あんたは好きなことをすればいいわ。私は私のやるべきことをやる。それでも私は信じるよ。本当にあんたの言う通りの人間だったら私はその時に謝るわ。
Well, get ready to apologize, Nixie.
じゃあそれが分かるまでにその人を傷つけないであげて。それと人形コミュニティの子たちも。 下手に襲いかかったりしないわ。でも運を天に任せるつもりもない。
Suddenly pauses as if catching on to some clue that she doesn't want to acknowledge. Her voice falters.
あれ、どうかしたの？
Dark emotion retreats deep into the data stream, leaving with only a dissatisfied click of the tongue. Vaituza tilts her head but doesn't ask further. She turns her attention back to the monitors, focusing again on planning her welcome party.
楽しみだね。
If I want to do this next stage, we're struggling as it is. Let me see if I can get enough stuff with Boy Mestina. We welcomed you with V1. Yeah.
何か悩み事でも？では一緒に解決策を練りましょう。
Does my wives actually come home like Helen? Think you got jokes over there, huh? You think you funny? We tickle you? Oh, her voice was through that. Sorry. Wait, Mestina, where are you, dear? Oh, there she is.
ここに。
I'm hilarious. Really, man. Really, man. Let's see something even funnier. Bam!
私がお守りいたします。
Aw. Thought you the only one with Helen, huh? And when you need to bribe her. Money? You need no money. Not a cent was spent. Sure. I don't know if I want to use up all of my energy. I want to use up all of my energy. Kinda do, but I kinda don't. Even if I use it all up, I'm not sure we're gonna make it. Might have to wait on that. Which means back to struggling. Back to struggling we go. How it goes. Gotta go back to struggling. Bam, 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 bam. Back to struggling. Good, already.
改めて自己紹介をしよう。人形コミュニティ代表ウルリドだ。人形コミュニティはあなたを歓迎する。
ありがとう。歓迎してくれて嬉しいよ。ここに来た以上、私も可能な限り力を尽くそう。何かあれば遠慮なく言ってくれて構わない。
実際投票の結果は
Helen
拮抗していたでしょう。指揮官に会ったことのない人形の方が大多数でしょうし、いくらあなたたちが保証しても人間を信用するのは難しいことです。そうだな。だが結果として出た以上、それが人形コミュニティ全体の意思となる。そういえばメイリンはどこに？彼女が一番放射線を避けなければいけないはずだったが。
Good old Mei-Ling.
突然大人数で押しかけると迷惑かなと思いまして。
Yo, yo, Iggy, how you doing? Chilling personally. Checking out the thingamajiggy. I think I'm gonna take a quick break since we're about at the halfway point. Let's see. Probably should have did this before I started this, huh? I just noticed that we're 3 hours in already, though. I need to get up and stretch. Might grab me some breakfast while I'm at it, so I might be a bit longer than usual. Probably like, I say about 15 at the most. But yeah. Grab some snacks, get hydrated, all that good stuff, folks. Get back to it in a bit. Right back. We're back. Back in action. Yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. Still here, Iggy? What you supposed to be working?
今日はコルフェンと指揮官、それからヘレンさんの3人で様子を見に来ただけです。まずは少人数で動いて状況を把握する。指揮官の判断です。
エルモ号にはまだ浄化剤の備蓄がある。メイリンはエルモ号の修理作業を優先したいから一旦残ることになった。私がここに来ればその分の浄化剤も浮くからしばらくは問題ないだろう。コミュニティの状況をつかんだら一応メイリンもここに連れてくるつもりだ。同じ理由でバチルダもしばらくの間エルモ号に滞在させてもらっている。彼女がいれば修理作業も早く終わるはずだ。少し申し訳ないが他の仕事は全部グローザに投げることになってしまった。
分かった。それがバチルダ本人の意思なら私たちも尊重しよう。
それじゃあ案内を頼んだ。まずはここの状況を確認したい。詳しい話はそれからだ。
I wonder, like, what does she need help with?
どうぞこちらへ。
Nods and formally leads us into the thermal power plant. Frankly speaking, although I've heard plenty about this place from members of the Dao community such as Suomi, Littera, and even the Urid herself, it's only after coming here myself that I realize it's far beyond what I imagined. The scale of this thermal power plant is truly remarkable. After confirming it with my own eyes, I finally understand why the Dao community only calls it a semi-permanent base. This place would still have enough room for the entire Dao community even if its members increased tenfold.
This is all you guys?
いや、私たちが使っているのはほんの一部のエリアだけだ。まだ昔のセキュリティが残っていて安全かどうかもわからずそのまま放置している場所が多い。なので必ず私から離れないでほしい。万が一道に迷ってセキュリティを作動させたら大変なことになる。
While I find it unlikely that Urid is lying to me, I instinctively sense that this is not the whole story. probably has to do with the overall attitude of the DAO community as well. Although the three of us have been nominally welcomed and accepted, Ulrich still felt it necessary to put a restriction on what we have access to, even within the DAO community's territory. Some members are likely still worried of our presence and are unwilling to let us roam around certain sensitive areas.
着いた。素朴な部屋だが、必要な防護措置は施してある。何か必要なものがあれば、私に言ってくれ。
どう見ても最近開けた部屋みたいですけど、物はちゃんと揃ってるようですね。
私たちも指揮官と同じ部屋に？
いや、別々にする。君たちはコミュニティのメンバーたちと一緒にいた方がいいし、私も一人でいる方が助かる。
それは残念ですね。監視されているわけではありませんが、すでに指揮官に好奇の目が集まってきています。
まだ戸惑っている人形たちがいるということだろう。別にやましいことがあるわけじゃない。堂々としていればいずれ分かってくれるだろう。
I walked into the room and began examining the items inside.
これは
There was quite a number of objects that are clearly not essential sitting on my desk, trinkets whose purpose I can't even begin to speculate.
プレゼントだ。かつて指揮官と共に戦った人形もいるから、こうして挨拶代わりに置いたのだ。
Seeing the small trinkets in my hand, Ulrich smiled.
指揮官と共に戦った経験が今もいい思い出になっているからと。そういう善意の表れだ。
なるほど。代わりにありがとうと伝えておいてくれ。
Pick up a small plush doll placed on my bed, and next to it is a gun. I'm not startled by its presence, as I can tell it's a replica model.
この2つは誰からの？
プレゼントは一回集めてから持ってきたものだから、誰のものなのかはわからない。後で聞いてみよ
いや、大丈夫だ。名前を残していないのにわざわざ聞くのも無粋だ。
Place the doll and the model aside.
この後はどうする？
時間が余っているのなら訓練室に来てほしい。その模擬戦を指導してほしいとみんなが。
訓練室？ここにそんな施設があるのか？
人形コミュニティを見くびらないことだな。私たちは長い間汚染エリアの中で生きてきたが、この発電所を見つけて皆の努力もあってよ。そしてこれからはここをもっとしっかりした家に作り上げていきたい。私たちは長い間汚染エリアの中で生きてきたが、この発電所を見つけて皆の努力もあってようやく自分たちの居場所を手に入れたんだ。
そうか。君たちは本当に立派だよ。
身に余る言葉だ。
わかった。模擬戦を見てみよう。お互い慣れておいた方が今後もいろいろとやりやすいだろう。
お、また模擬戦で指揮官の勇姿が見られるんですね。
とは言ってもコミュニティの人形はみんな戦闘タイプというわけではない。射撃管制コアを取り付けた民生用人形がほとんどだ。指揮官の部下たちとは程遠いと思う。
Seeing the worry on Uri's face, I can't help but grin and shake my head.
大丈夫だ、ウルリド。むしろその方が得意だ。
Eliminate all enemies or capture the defense points. See one here. Just 1 point, right? Prolix, you gotta get out. You were doing nothing for us. Go back to Nikita.
指示を。出撃。
I'm gonna struggle some more. Voted for 3 turns.
了解しました。お待たせしました。はい。デザートはいかがですか？逃がしません。ご命令を。墓地で隕石のように。ターゲット確認。ご命令を。これがあなたの最後の輝き。逃がしません。星々を。給与が上がるんですか？
Wake everybody up? Of course. I don't want to do it anyway. Yeah, why not?
正義のものも。給与が上がるんですか？
Might as well bring them to me.
その配置完了。
Diner Gate.
お茶をお出ししましょう。給与は上がるんですか？現行犯で逮捕する。
Yeah. Yeah. Ugh. This is not good. I don't like it at all. Bang, 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 bang.
これがあなたの最後の輝き。ターゲット確認。星々を。戦うことは私の使命です。了解しました。デザートはいかがですか？逃がしません。はい。みんなのために。ターゲット確認。昇進？私がですか
Bro, I don't hit both of them. Damn it. Should have waited on that freeze. Oh well.
正義のものも給与は上がるんですか？どこを見てるんですか？正義を汚すな。 こを見てるんですか？落ちて隕石のように逃がしません。これがあなたの最後の輝き。ターゲット確認。
I think that's worth it.
星々を。
You guys haven't noticed, I'm ignoring the defense point. Just gotta kill everybody. Just get it over with. Although the defense point might have been faster, huh? Who should we throw this on? This guy?
星々を。ターゲット確認。
昇進？私がですか？現行犯で逮捕する。
配置完了。わかりました。
デザートはいかがですか？給与が上がるんですか？
落ちて隕石のように。これがあなたの最後の輝き。 命令を。星々よ。はっ。給与が上がるんですか？
Bruh.
正義のもの。給与が上がるんですか？裁きを受けろ。
Please.
みんなのために。どこを見てるんですか？落ちて隕石のように逃がしません。
The combat training comes to an end rather quickly. While the simulation itself is impressive, the dials are clearly lacking professional tactics. A few simple simulated engagements are all it takes for me to compile enough points for them to digest for the coming days. Taking advantage of their post-training recap session, I get myself some breathing room and start looking around the dial community.
最初から分かってたことですが、こっちもこっちで面倒なことになってますね。これは力を借りるどころか、まずはこちらがいろいろ面倒を見ないといけませんね。
The dilapidated scene I'm bearing witness to is certainly cause for concern. There's no way around that.
状況は芳しくないか。
I chew on the thought, trying to find gentler words to put it, but in the end, I give up.
人形だと生活環境をそこまで気にしないから、ここはだいぶ散らかっている。おまけに周りの自然環境も荒れているから、とても生活に向いているとは言えないな。
それともう一つ気になることがあります。
気になること？
このような無頓着な生活を送っているにしては、物資の備蓄が多すぎると思います。
確かに、さっき倉庫を見てきたが、まさか食料の備蓄まであるとは思わなかった。
そこが変ですよね。食料は人形にとって必需品ではないのに、なぜわざわざそんなものを集めたのでしょう。彼女たちが外部と交流を持ったのも今回が初めてのようですし、交易用という感じでもありません。しかもどの食料もかなり新しい状態です。今日見た感じ、彼女たちはその辺の知識や技術を持っているとは思えません。なのにここにある施設や設備は普通に稼働しています。食料の貯蔵しかり、先ほど指揮官が使った訓練施設しかり。
言われてみれば確かに変だ。
Oh, sus. I'm getting suspicious.
たとえ資金があっても、こんな設備を揃えるのは簡単じゃない。
人形たちだけでは どうしても限界があります。特に生産や建設活動においては。
それってつまり。
I instinctively lower my voice. Even if it's just said in passing, I know better than to say certain things out loud.
人形コミュニティはそんなに単純な場所じゃないと思います。彼女たちの裏には何かがいるのかもしれません。それとこれは気のせいかもしれませんが、ここに入ってからずっと誰かに見られているような気がします。
本当ですか？もし本当に裏があるのなら、ウルリドさんもわざわざ助けを求めに来ないと思いますけど、協力したいのも嘘じゃないみたいですし。
そうだな。少なくともウルリドのことは信じていいはずだ。何かを隠しているかもしれないが、私たちに害を加えるようなことはしないだろう。
I nod.
疑問に感じていることは私からウルリドに言おう。ここに来たのはお互い助け合うためだ。疑心暗鬼になっては本末転倒。
As we're talking, Urid appears in front of me, likely having finished what she was dealing with. Our presence has clearly added to her workload, seeing how she's been constantly going back and forth between the community and us.
すまない。メンテナンスポットに問題が出てな。今さっきなんとかなったところだ。訓練はもう終わったか？
ああ、今は録画で復習をさせているところだ。ちょうど気になったこともあったから聞いていいか？
気になったこと？
ウルリド、倉庫の食料はどういうことだ？君たちは今まで外との交流はなかったはずだ。にもかかわらず食料はどれも新鮮だった。どうやって手に入れた？
それのことか。おそらく直接見せた方が早いか。
She gestures for us to follow. We exchange glances, then do as she asks. Urid leads us through the corridors of the Dow community. Along the way, the hum emanating from deep within the thermal plant grows louder, like a drum inside someone's chest. After crossing two secure blast doors, the cold white light suddenly turns warm, and a damp, earthy scent exudes through the doorway.
これは
The moment the door fully opens, greenery takes up our entire view, as if it's grown straight out of the concrete. So ceiling racks and soil beds are laid out in perfectly organized patterns. Overhead, irrigation arms repurposed from old rails release a fine mist as droplets fall along steel beams. Meanwhile, sensors line the edges of the beds, their indicator lights blinking rhythmically. Heat recycling ducts breathe overhead, maintaining a steady pulse of temperature and humidity. Small automated agricultural drones gently rustle the leaves as they move purposely along preset paths. I stand at the door, stunned for a whole second or two as I take this all in.
発電所で農業？
この発電所に付属している実験畑みたいなところだ。私たちはただマニュアル通りに維持作業をしているだけで、農業とは程遠い。 見ての通り、使われている土地もほんの一部に過ぎない。倉庫にある食料はここで採れたものだ。
こんな自動化された畑があるなんて。これならうなずけます。
Crouch down and pinch a bit of soil. The texture tells me this isn't some ordinary dirt dug out of the ground. It's been treated with additives for water retention and aeration. Look up again. Tomatoes ahead have glossy leaves and neat flower clusters. Farther off, the sweet potatoes are planted with precise spacing, with ridges forming evenly beneath the mulch. And all of this is within but a tenth of the farm. That drum inside my chest starts pounding faster and faster. Basic goods in the yellow zone have long had astronomical price tags, with fresh food in particular being the #1 offender. Beyond transportation issues, the fundamental reason is that most of the land in the yellow zone is contaminated, making self-sufficient farming impossible. Meanwhile, procuring from the green zone is expensive, and after layers of screening, very little actually makes it to the resident. If the Dow community can produce all these by themselves, they could easily trade for many of the resources they currently lack and build a much stronger internal cycle. Thinking beyond that, if everything goes well, establishing supply lines, improving the resource flow and contamination zones, and helping more residents are all within the realm of possibility.
Ulurido, もしかしたら気づいていないかもしれないが、これは君たちが見つけた宝物だよ。
ほうほう、なんかお金の匂いがしますね。
お金だけじゃない。これだけあればどんなものとも交換できる。時間も交渉のカードも全部。これを活用しない手はない。
Stand up, trying to keep my excitement from under control.
そんなにすごいものだったのか。指揮官にこれを運用する方法があるのなら、私も人手を集めてみよう。
それが一番理想的だ。君たちはこの畑を広げ、私はそれを価値あるものに変える。ギブアンドテイクだ。
どうやらセキュリティの強化も急がないといけないみたいね。もしここを他の誰かに発見されたら大変なことになります。ウルリドさん、私をメインサーバーのところに案内してもらえますか？
もちろん。
Pay no attention to their conversation. My eyes stay fixated on that patch of blooming life. Oh, damn!
想定通りの勝利です。
They'll fix it one of these days. We can only hope.
少し完璧に終わらせられたはずなんですけど。
One of these days. One of these days. Like, Ori, y'all know y'all got a gold mine right here? Y'all know how much money y'all can make with these motherfucking crops and stuff? Interesting. Should I get money? It's always money, right? When in doubt, grab money. I guess we need 6s, right? For join this team. I should have got some of these actually. How many am I short by now? 26. I think I needed what, 160, 140? I must 60. Alright, story node time. Standing in the middle of the experimental farm covered in dirt, I look at the lush greenery surrounding me and a sense of accomplishment rises all of a sudden. Not so long ago, this place was mostly an abandoned field. Now, with my planning and everyone's effort, every square meter has been turned into a fertile farm.
どこから苗を手に入れようと思っていたら、まさか苗の備蓄まであったなんて。どうして今まで使わなかったのですか？
まあ苗を用意したのはいいが、ちゃんとした計画が立てられず、そのまま放置してしまっていたんだ。
計画を立てる前に苗を用意したんですか？ブルリドさんってそんな行き当たりばったりの人だったんですね。
まあまあ、結果が良ければそれでいいじゃないか。しかもウルリドのおかげでこうして人手を集められた。私たちだけじゃここまで畑を広げることはできない。それに
Wipe the sweat off my forehead before crouching down to check the thriving seedlings.
ここで育ったものの品質はかなりいい。
Examine the soil and plant conditions carefully.
グリーンエリアで育てられたものにはかなわないが、イエローエリアの闇ブローカーにとっては十分上物だ。
本当か？
もちろん。イエローエリアの交易所に持っていけばいくらでも買い手はつく。特にこのトマトや紫芋なんか最高だ。
I stand up and brush the dirt off my hands.
買い手との交渉は私がやろう。売ったお金で必要な物資を購入する。今後のことを考えると、ここの設備ももっと整えたい。
ゴルフェたちもいよいよ闇ブローカーデビューですか？トマトのエルモ号なんちゃって。
Tomato Emperor.
指名手配されていることも逆にメリットになりそうですね。闇ブローカーはその筋のものを信用する傾向がありますので、悪いことばかりではありません。
コミュニティだけでもある程度のものは賄えるが、やはり外とのつながりがあった方が物資を確保しやすい。特に精密部品のような交易でしか手に入れられないものもある。
もしそうしてくれるのなら私たちにとっても幸いだ。
この先しばらくは畑作業がメインになるな。その後は設備を整えてシステムを構築する。ヘレン、わざわざ呼んでしまってすまないが、やっぱりサーバーの作業に戻ってくれ。
はい。
とりあえず何人か闇ブローカーに連絡してみるよ。収穫でき次第売りに行く。
ああ、よろしく頼む、指揮官。
Linger around for a bit longer, wrapping up some details on export cooperation. Then leave the farm. Oh, Faituza looking. After we leave, the agricultural machine that had been dormant in the experimental farm suddenly activates on its own. As the camera slowly pans around, its red indicator light blinks at steady intervals, giving off an ominous look. What's that Nixie looking? Inside the central control room, Faituza leans lazily against the console, yet her eyes shine with excitement. He hops off the console.
私とほぼ同じ計画を立てて用意してた苗も全部使ってる。しかもコミュニティの人形たちまで動かすなんて。私たちの作業ロボットだけであそこまで畑を広げることはできなかった。さらに外との交易までやってくれるし、ずっと探してたんだよ、こういう人間を。
He excitedly operates the screen, pulling up the footage recorded by the agricultural machine from earlier.
私の理想通りで完璧。直接話せたらいいな。そうすれば人形コミュニティのことを隠したまま外とのつながりを持てる。外との交易も人類文明の再現につながって。
Voice grows ever more cheerful to the point she can't help but dance and spin in place.
ようやく夢を叶える時が来た。人間と人形が共存する美しい世界。もういいでしょう。
As if on cue, that cold and sharp voice cuts through her fantasy once again without warning.
クロちゃん？夢を見るのも大概にして。あの人間を救世主かなんかとでも思ってるの？今まで人間にどういう仕打ちをされてきたか忘れたの？夢じゃなくて全部事実でしょ？指揮官は本当にいい人で。いい人？演技っても知らないの？人間なんて嘘つきばっかり。目的のためならどんな言葉でも口にするわ。あの人間は嘘をついているに決まってる。私にはそれがわかるの。絶対いい人のふりをして何かを企んでるわ。またそんなことを言って。偏見だよ、そういうの。偏見？経験よ。いい顔してくるやつに限って怪しいのよ。今日は協力し合おうとか言って明日になったら何もかも奪い去っていく。そんなやつを信じるっていうの？コミュニティと外のパイプ役になってくれるし、きっと欠かせない存在になるよ。外部から資材を入手できればコミュニティも存続できて、なんならもっとたくさんの人形を受け入れられるようになる。今の指揮官は コミュニティにとっての希望よ。
人間が人形の希望になるなんてありえない。どうかしてる。あんただって分かってるでしょ。私の言ってることは全部事実だって。
まあ確かにそういう不愉快な過去はあった。でもそれは全部の人間が悪いことにはならないよ。そろそろメンテナンスの時間だよ。この話はまた後でしましょう。
好きにして。私はサーバーにいるから。
またそうやって一人で引きこもって。もっとちゃんと話し合うようにしないと今後のことだって。
うるさい。一人にして。
分かったよ。メンテナンスが終わったらまた来るね。
Virtual space falls silent with only the steady flow of data remaining. But that tranquility only lasts for a moment before
言ったわね。
a shadowy figure materializes in the virtual space. On the face that belonged to Faituza emerges an unfamiliar expression of unprecedented disgust and anger.
人間と人形が共存する美しい世界。
未だにそんなバカな夢を。それにもしあの人間があの時の。
She waves her hand, changing the surrounding environment and pulling up a hidden tab. Cryptic folders appear one by one, all part of her secretly stored records.
エルモ号グリフィンの指揮官。
Oh, she knows who I am. Yeah, I was fighting with y'all. It's because y'all was going crazy. Begins looking up keywords, and it doesn't take long for her to find what she's after.
これか。
First file is a combat record. Griffin Operation Record 2847. Area code S09. Oh, we remember that place. S09. That's where Girls Frontline 1 started. Objective: eliminate Sanva's outposts. Result: complete success. All hostiles eliminated. And we was right on time with starting Girls Frontline 1, huh? Now we know more about all this stuff. This is what it feels like for Girls Frontline 1 players, huh? Y'all get to recognize all of this stuff. I gotta keep playing Girls Frontline 1 so I can catch up. Still feeling incredulous, she follows up with more records, each one driving a cold nail deeper into her mind.
違う。同じ人のはずない。
Fear crawls like needles under every layer of her consciousness, only to be shadowed by an even stronger sense of hatred.
10年。もう10年も経っているのに。そいつはもう死んだんじゃなかったの？嘘つき。やっぱり人間は全員嘘つき。死んだことすら嘘だなんて。
Not even her deaths are genuine.
違いない。そいつはグリフィンのガラクタどもを使って私たちをコテンパンにしていた指揮官。
Yeah, I ruined y'all plans. So what? What you gonna do about it? Don't start acting out. We gonna get rid of you too. Finish up what we started. No, let me start. Back then, she had yet to be merged with white and had yet to evolve the consciousness she now possesses. She, huh? What do you mean merge? White is the actual Faitusa, I guess. What does that make her? Black? If she's white, then she's black. Those terrifying memories have already been engraved deep into her.
そいつはそうやって人形の信頼を利用してグリフィンのガラクタどもをありえないぐらい強くしてた。だから人形コミュニティも簡単に全部そいつの常套手段。
You know, if you think about it, the Dow community is like the Sanger's fairy dolls in a lot of ways. They act autonomously. No humans controlling them. You know, they just doing their own thing. The Dow community isn't going around attacking people, but that's a whole nother story. But other than that, they're kind of similar in a lot of ways. Mastermind, uh-oh. I don't know that person yet. I ain't got that far enough in Girls Frontline 1. Her voice turns hoarse, words squeeze through her clenched teeth. Yup, sure did. Why you over here acting like y'all ain't do nothing though? Y'all was fighting too. Y'all fought a war, y'all lost. You trying to put it all on me? Virtual space trembles with her anger. Data streams spiraling into chaos. Same time, another realization dawns on her, one that fills her with fear. This nemesis, this demon of her kind, discovers her identity as a Sanger's Dial. It's this demon of her kind. He would never let a remnant escape alive. Forces herself to calm down and begins making preparations. What plan? Pulls up a folder hidden even deeper in a data stream filled with complex code. Dummy neural systems, frame control transfer protocols, and makeshift Sanger's neural backups. Uh-oh. She about to bring the Sanger's fairy dolls back? Stares at the trap she's plotting, muttering to herself as if it's the only way to steady her shuddering mind. Behind that person's face appears once again. An unmistakable Faitusa feels what's rising from the depths of her mind. The venom known as fear. Better fear me. Clearly don't fear me enough. You out here plotting. So scared while you trying to mess with me. Before anyone realizes, our temporary stay at the Dow community has quickly turned into more than just that. During this period, Mei Ling also drops by for a rest a few times, but then she quickly returns to the Elmo. Even though the conditions here aren't bad, the Elmo remains her real home. Until it's fully repaired, she won't feel at ease, not even for a single day. As for me, I've gradually gotten the hang of managing the Dow community with Ulrich's help. Not that I mean to disparage her, but I only realized how chaotic the situation here was once I actually got involved in it. Some Dows still don't fully trust me, but I don't think that's the main issue. Frown at the plan shown on the screen, feeling blood rush into my head. Thinking about it, 10 years ago, I had just graduated from military academy and began working as a commander in a PMC. Over the past decade, I've been nothing but a bounty hunter wandering the yellow zone. At no point in life thus far have I been tasked to handle something like this. Still, I'm fortunate to have many companions supporting me and helping me along the way.
まずはコミュニティ全体の補給問題を解決して、人事が整ったら建設と発電所の探索を。
While muttering to myself and organizing my thoughts, Ulrich suddenly barges in for greeting.
指揮官。
Ika. I look up at her and nod in response, not bothering to comment on her skipping the nod. Ever since I started pushing for reforms in the community, all of us have been drowning in a never-ending to-do list of tasks. Naturally, skipping small courtesies like that became understandable.
どうかしたか？
ヘレンに用事がある。
ヘレン？今頃はサーバーの方だと思うが。
Considering the Dow community will inevitably interact with the outside world in the future, a solid firewall is still necessary for security, even though we don't plan to openly broadcast our coordinates. Of course, the best case scenario would be getting Dandelion to handle this. But considering her style, it'll just make the already suspicious Dows even more worried. So, among the rest of the personnel present, Helen is the most qualified for the job. Even after getting her answer, Ulrich doesn't leave. She simply stands there quietly watching me. Takes me a solid 10 seconds to notice her strange behavior, and I can't help but feel puzzled.
まだ何か。
Oh, they done hacked Ulrich. Watch out, Commander. Only then do I realize there's something off with her. Her reaction to my question is almost sluggish, taking a long while before stepping closer.
指揮官は以前グリフィンでもこんな仕事を？
Question is so out of nowhere that my already overloaded brain doesn't process it right away.
いや、こういうのはしてなかった。もともとそんなに長くグリフィンにいたわけでもない。ほとんどの仕事は鉄血と戦うことだった。後方の仕事に関わることはあまりなかった。
Her eyelashes tremble slightly, then settle into an unnatural stillness. Watch out, that's Nixie. That's Nixie, Commander, watch out.
何かあったのか、ウルリド。もし手伝ってほしいことがあるのなら遠慮なく言ってくれ。
Ulrich looks down, her head tilting slightly to the side.
鉄血。人形コミュニティは鉄血のように
Her tone is flat, but the rhythm feels off, like a malfunctioning metronome dragging its pause just a little too long.
そんなまさか。
Shake my head, though a trace of doubt lingers. Why is Ulrich, of all people, suddenly concerned about Sanger's Ferry?
最近ようやく仕事が軌道に乗ってな。外からどう見られるのか少し心配だ。鉄血も当初は人形だけの組織だったのだろう。
Y'all remember what I was just discussing with you all about how they're similar? Just realizing the absurdity of the question herself, Ulrich deliberately includes an explanation.
鉄血の問題はそんな単純じゃない。私も全ての事情を知っていたわけではないが、いろいろあったんだ。しかし何にせよ、鉄血は人間に対して敵意を持っていたし、人間を武力で襲ったのは事実だ。人形コミュニティがそうならないためにも、私たちはここにいる。
鉄血は人間を信用していたが、それでも滅びの結末を迎えた。なぜ人形コミュニティがそうならないと断言できる？
Look at Ulrich.
鉄血の人形は純粋だったんだよ。人間と比べてずっと。
Give Ulrich a brief explanation of Sanger's Ferry's formation, including its creator, Licorice. Is Licorice the mastermind?
私はリコに会ったことはないが、ペルシカの話から彼がどのような人だったのかはおおよそ想像できる。彼は自分の作った鉄血をとても大事にしていたが、鉄血を正しい方向に導く前に他の人間に利用されてしまった。ほとんどの鉄血の人形は自分たちが反乱を起こした理由を理解していない。ただリーダーのエルダーブレインに従っていただけだ。そしてエルダーブレインのエリザはリコの復讐のために動いていたところが多かった。
Lico and the mastermind are different.
今さらこれを言うのもなんだが、鉄血の反乱は本当は避けられたことかもしれない。それと違って人形コミュニティはまだ始まったばかりだ。だから鉄血のようにはならない。
Still have no idea why Ulrich suddenly cares so much about Sanger's Ferry. My only guess is that she's relating Sanger's Ferry's fate to the God community's current situation. So all I can do is reassure her and explain the fundamental differences between the two.
鉄血は滅ぶべきだったのか。
This time her voice is slightly distorted, as if being tugged by some emotion. But then she quickly smooths it over.
そういう結論になっているのか。
Take a deep breath. Her questions are like a probe, stabbing deeper and deeper into my thoughts. I'm now certain that something's indeed wrong with her, but I can't pinpoint what exactly.
ウルリド。
Straighten up, looking at her with a stern expression.
鉄血は
指揮官
Just as the tense atmosphere between us is about to reach boiling point, Coffeen's voice certainly doused a bucket of cold water over it.
訓練室の方で少しトラブルが。もし時間が ウルリドさん？
Rory doesn't look at Coffin. At the same time, she finally pulls her gaze away from me and walks past her without a word.
指揮官、何かしました？ウルリドさん、なんか怒ってる気がしましたけど。
Shake my head.
わからない。
Dow Community Central server, located in the most heavily guarded area of the community. Despite how lax the Dow community can be at times, there is still a basic level of attention paid to the protection of such a critical facility. If only the same level of care could be put into the server's architecture. Helen stands before the server, fully immersed in the ocean of data. Unclear as to why she feels like the data stream today is unusually chaotic and unstable. Just as she's about to investigate those chaotic anomalies, a sharp pain tears through her mind as if her neural cloud itself is being ripped apart. This is...
メンタル攻撃。陰湿な手口ですね。
あんたたちグリフィンの人形ほどじゃないわ。抵抗しても無駄。あんたはもう私の罠にはまってる。
グリフィンの人形。そこまで知っているのなら。グリフィンの人形は諦めが悪いことも知っていますよね。
Then the enemy offensive.
逮捕する。逮捕する。指示を。
Turns, huh? Let's just say how much damage it's gonna do. Guess it never does, huh?
了解しました。
Should I get this dead eye? Here we go this way. I gotta do the 2-in-1 turn thing, so I guess we go this way. Gonna wake them up. Damn. Guess we killed the bulwark then. Can't shoot him? What? What's up?
どこを見てるんですか？
裁きを受けろ。
その
うーん。
どこを見てるんですか？落ちて隕石のように逃がしません。これがあなたの最後の輝き。ターゲット確認。星々を。その
Damn, that almost killed him. Was not expecting that. Release.
みんなのために。わかりました。どこを見てるんですか？落ちて隕石のように逃がしません。ご命令を。これがあなたの最後の輝き。ターゲット確認。星々を。給与は上がるんですか？
Bruh.
了解しました。はい。配置完了。はい。お茶をお出ししましょう。
Zero damage.
給与は上がるんですか？現行犯で逮捕する。昇進？私がですか？正義の名の給与は上がるんですか？了解しました。昇進？私がですか？正義に逃がすな。 了解しました。デザートはいかがですか？
I don't know why I'm going through all this. I could just end the turns, huh?
落ちて隕石のように逃がしません。ターゲット確認。
Bruh.
これがあなたの最後の輝き。はっ。星々を逃がしません。そのみんなのために。
Bang, bang, bang.
了解しました。お待たせしました。はい。お茶をお出ししましょう。給与が上がるんですか？正義を汚すな。
Alright, whatever. Just end turn.
その
Didn't it be over?
はい。給与が上がるんですか？
As malicious cold surge forth like a rising tide. Helen's neural cloud is also pushed to its limit.
この攻撃パターンかなり古い。そしてこの相手明らかに私をいえグリフィンの電子戦を熟知している。
You can feel her firewall being breached layer by layer, but at the same time, she continues to analyze the attacker's patterns.
どこかで見たことがあるような気がする。そして私がグリフィンの人形だと知っていた。もしかして
分析しても無駄。グリフィンの犬は人間に媚びへつらう以外何ができるっての？
Helen finally sees the attacker within the neural network, a black figure radiating intense malice.
あなたは誰ですか？どうして人形コミュニティを攻撃するのですか？
攻撃？私は彼女たちを助けてるのよ。これ以上人間に騙されないようにね。
This isn't going anywhere. I can't keep this up. Even if I can hold the line for now, it's all pointless if I can't track down the attacker's real identity.
でもここで強制切断しても敵は結局コミュニティのシステムをどんどん侵食していく。コミュニティのシステムを掌握されたら指揮官が危ない。
Thus, she makes a risky decision.
抵抗を諦めた？賢明ね。
moment she drops her firewall, Helen feels a cruel yet vicious program being forcibly injected into her system. Spreading like a cancer, the program rapidly and efficiently takes over her body.
どういうこと？
And as for herself, her consciousness to be exact, is imprisoned within the server, forced to watch from a third-person perspective as her own face turns cold and resolute. Oh, they done hacked Helen too now. This outcome isn't surprising to her. In fact, it's even expected given the lengths the adversary is going to go in order to inject her with a virus. Rather, what confuses Helen is the fact that the attacker doesn't intend to harm her further.
なんでこのままメンタルをリセットしたり削除したりしないのって顔ね。
ええ、意外といえば意外ですね。もしかして手加減をしてくれているのですか？
冗談じゃないわ、グリフィンのゴミが。私は見せてあげたいのよ。私があの指揮官を追い出すところをね。それにあんたにはまだ役割があるのだから。
ただいま。
I gotta put the question mark. Helen? I finish my lunch and prepare to start the afternoon's work. Helen walks in wearing her usual gentle smile. I feel like Nixie isn't really like something feels off about her. She seems like she's like, so I want to get rid of the commander, blah 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 blah. I think deep down there's something more in there. Because you think about it, like she had that man dead to rights already. She could just use Ulrich to kill him if she really wanted to get rid of him, right? That she was scared about Helen and everybody else's retaliation. That's the only thing I can think of. To get rid of him so bad, why not just get rid of him? Why you gotta have a conversation with him and probe his mind? Like I feel like she want more. She want to know something. Like she's not completely resolute in her decision. Helen walks in wearing her usual gentle smile.
遅いですよ、ヘレンさん。
サーバーのトラブル処理で。でももう大丈夫です。
さすがだな。システム構築が順調で何よりだ。
できることをしたまでです。それにグリフィンの中でも私は優秀な方だったので。
そうだったな。
それじゃあ今夜はあれ？
どうかしましたコルフェンさん。
Helen stares at Colfine with a gentle expression, while the latter blinks with her head tilted, looking all puzzled.
なんかさっき一瞬目が光ったような。
Helen lowers her gaze, then mimics Colfine's head tilt, smiling faintly.
ずっと作業をしていたから疲れているのかもしれません。少し休めば大丈夫だと思います。
そうか。ならゆっくり休んでくれ。
はい、指揮官。
Watch as Helen leaves, my brow tightening. That's crazy. That man picked up on that shit so fast. Like she just said like a few little things, right? Like, nah, that ain't you, Helen. Is this just me? Something really off about her. Not just her, even Kofi has mentioned several times that many in the Dow community have been acting different lately. When I became aware of this, my attention finally shifted away from the task at hand and I began to investigate the source of the anomaly. Read a member of the Dow community passing by. Met her before, a lively girl usually tasked with bringing me meals. She also took part in the combat simulation, so I have quite an impression of her. He stops and gives a perfectly formal bow.
何かご命令でしょうか。
いや、特にないよ。
かしこまりました。
He bows again, then leaves with unnaturally precise steps. This is definitely not normal. Cases like this have been cropping up even more frequently.
本日の畑作業は完了いたしました。次の指示をお願いいたします。
She even took over the whole community.
了解。直ちに任務に向かいます。
報告完了。次の指示をお願いいたします。
コルフェン、最近やっぱりなんか。
Better hope Kofi ain't got turned. You talking to her, and she gonna answer with the blank stare too, like, yeah, I did notice that, Commander. Kofi puts her hands on her hips, clearly upset. Kofi hesitates for a moment.
やはりそうか。
正直怖くなってきました。これじゃまるで次はコルフェンみたいじゃないですか。
That's what I was already thinking. I thought she was already gonna be gone as soon as he said something to her.
その前にみんな元に戻れるんですか？
Gently pat Kofi's head to reassure her.
大丈夫。そんなことにはならないよ。一回ヘレンと話してみよう。
Find Helen, she's in her room organizing data. Doesn't look that different from usual, but the doubt in my mind lingers.
ヘレン、少しいいか？
ええ、指揮官。何かご用ですか？
最近コミュニティの人形たちが少し変だと思わないか？
変？具体的にどのように？
コルフェンもそう言っているんだが、本当に何も気づいていないのか
？Helen smiles with a near flawless expression.
コルフェンさんの気のせいでしょう。私は特に何も。全部いつも通りですよ。
Wasn't Kofi's imagination, although I wasn't sure back then. Now I'm almost certain. With both Kofi and I have noticed that something's up. Is it really possible that Helen hasn't? I look at her, recalling her recent behavior, and any lingering doubts have all but vanished.
まあそういうことなら多分大丈夫か。
はい。いつまでも細かいことに気を取られていてはいけませんよ。まだまだやるべきお仕事がたくさんありますし、グリフィンのみんなも待っていますから。
Everyone at Griffin is waiting for me. I'm not at Griffin no more, girl.
ああ、そうだな。
Nah, then turn and head for the exit. I can feel Helen's gaze on my back. Her eyes are fixated on me until she's certain that I have left the room. Helen, what the hell happened? Even she's been compromised, and that explains what's happening in the entire Dow community. Technology capable of mass controlling Dows on this scale. Could it be? Long for not getting name surfaces in my mind. Long forgotten name, huh? What's the name? Davis Ferry. Please flee with all your might. Everything familiar becomes dangerous in the evening. Still haven't dropped a single frame. We may never drop a frame again, y'all. Never happen. Maybe I shouldn't jinx it. Maybe I should stop messing around. Right, Ulrich and Helen. Oh my goodness. Easy atmosphere shrouds the thermal plant, seeps into my skin and flows through my veins. Of course, I'm not about to sit idly and wait for doom to come. My own alarm bell has been sounding, pushing me to prepare in advance. I go and dial Groza. The comm connects at last, and I can't help but feel relieved seeing her familiar face. Groza frowns slightly on the screen.
話し方とか動きとか今までとは全部違う。強いて共通点を挙げるとしたら、こうまるでダミー人形のように反応が鈍いみたいな。
ダミー人形。メンテナンスのことについて最近ロザリンさんともよく話している。発電所では資源が不足しているけど、素体のメンテナンスだけはしっかりやっている。人形の稼働はコミュニティの生命線だから、資源は全部メンテナンスに優先的に回されるわ。たとえ全体の稼働数を減らしてでも、稼働中の人形の機能は万全を期すはずよ。だからそういう問題は基本起こらないと思うけど。
素体の異常は考えられないということか。ロザリンとバチルダたちは大丈夫か？
すべて正常よ。
やはり問題は発電所の中か。念のためにロザリンとバチルダの様子にも注意してくれ。
わかった。
Rosa hesitates for a moment.
今、指揮官の周りは安全なの？
そうだな。
I recall that awkward conversation with Ulrich and how she returned to her normal self afterwards. As for everyone else,
ヘレンもコルフェンもひょっとしたら。
oh, they got Coffin too? No.
待って、ちょっと変わって。指揮官、聞こえてますか？そっちで何か起きてる？増援を送った方がいいですか？
Luca. You like, what? Something going on? You need me to roll through?
今はまだ大丈夫だ。でもそのうち助けが必要になるかもしれない。
指揮官がそう言うなら。
現状、人形コミュニティの異常の原因はまだわからない。念のため即応隊を準備する必要がある。もちろんエルモ号の防衛もおろそかにするわけにはいかない。そこでグローザとアルバの正体はエルモ号の防衛、即応隊は来るかい？君の正体に任せたいと思っている。
問題ありません。404、いつでも行けます。
後で緊急連絡用のチャンネルを作る。そこでの指示に従って動いてくれ。
了解。
After ending the call, I sit back down and let out a lengthy sigh, exhaling some of the tension and unease that's been building up in me over the past few days. Steadfast and reassuring voices of my dials linger in my ears. I steady myself, then pick up the communicator and patch into another channel. Call goes through and Ulrich appears on the screen.
指揮官か。どうかしたか？
実はこの間話した交易の件についてもっといい案を思いついたんだ。
Everyone around has been affected.
そうか。では配置をしてみよう。
Words flow from my mouth, yet my mind is racing in another direction. Ulrich knows everyone more than I do. If anything happened to the Dow community, she couldn't be the last one to notice. Nor would she be greeting me with a full smile as if nothing's wrong.
そうだな。確かにその方がいいかもしれない。指揮官、通話では詳しく話せないことも多い。一度会って話さないか？
どこで？
中庭にしよう。リッタラも連れて行く。2時間後でいいか？こちらもまだ用事があるんだ。
On the screen, Ulrich checks her terminal as if genuinely trying to find time in her schedule for our meeting.
わかった。じゃあまた後で。
The call ends, the screen goes dark, reflecting my tense expression. I have less than 2 hours left. My fingers glide across the screen, entering a series of commands into the emergency frequency. My other hand, I grab my gear and put it on. Finally, I retrieve a compact handgun from the drawer, load the magazine, and hear the solid thunk of the slide of as around its chamber. Last, at the same time, I hear the door open behind me.
指揮官、どこに行くのですか？
Uh-oh. Helen stands at the doorway, blocking the light behind her. Her voice sounds upbeat, but her expression is obscured and shadowed. My chest tightens slightly.
ウルリドと約束があるからちょっと行ってくる。
I find my composure and walk toward the door, stopping in front of her. He's still smiling, but there's no warmth behind that smile.
少しどいてもらってもいいか。
Helen watches me with those cold, smirking eyes for a moment, then steps aside. I've braced myself for any possibilities now. Looks like my earlier estimation of the timeline has been too optimistic.
そうだヘレン。ウルリドと打ち合わせをしている間はコルフェンと一緒に模擬戦の準備をしてくれ。資料は引き出しの中に置いてある。
それはいいのですが。
Helen's voice brushes past my ear as I walk past her. But as I step out of the room, I'm met with a different pair of eyes. Dial stands in the direction I'm heading, blocking the hallway. Her face is completely expressionless.
ウルリド。
指揮官、約束の時間は2時間後のはずだが。
Emptiness in her eyes steals my breath. Realizing whoever's behind all this is fully ready to drop their act, I immediately turn around and sprint in the opposite direction.
指揮官、どこに行くのですか？
Glance back and see Helen and Ulrich already in pursuit. No way for a human to outpace Dials, I know that very well, which is why I need to make use of the terrain and elevations.
指揮官、こっちだ。
Knock over some cabinets along the corridor, trying to create obstacles for my pursuers. Soon I hear the sound of metal sheets being cut open behind me. This won't work. Topple another cabinet by the corner and route into a different hallway with glass windows. Getting down from this height shouldn't be a problem, especially when I have a rope descender.
一か八か。
No time to think things through, I must act now. I shove open the rest of the window and activate the device secured to my way. Hook shoots out, latching onto the window frame and automatically tightening the rope. Just as I climb out the window, I spot the obstacle I had created crumble under a storm of blinding flashes. Right as Ulrich emerges from the dust and debris, I hold onto the rope and swing down 2 floors, using my legs to crash through the window. Hit the ground rolling, glass shards crunching beneath me. Glass unavoidably cuts up my face, but there's no time to worry about that. I get up and rush toward the emergency exit. Just as I reach for the doorknob, I stop, realizing the door is already open with a crack, and through it, a dark muzzle is pointed straight at my forehead.
人間の分際でやるじゃない。
Door opens and Helen walks out. Each step carries an unfamiliar pressure that forces me backward.
さすがに人形にはかなわないか。君たちは誰なんだ？本物のヘレンとウルリド、それから他の人形たちはどこに？
人間に答える義理はないわ。特にあんたなんかには。
Helen's pupils contract slightly, her smile tinged with restrained fury.
どこかで会ったことがあるのか？そんなに嫌われるようなことをしたのか？
嫌われるようなこと。あんたのせいで、私たちは、あんたは私たちの敵よ。
悪いが、もっとわかりやすく言ってくれないと。
あんたがわかる必要はない。
Blade pressed against my back and Helen closing in. Countless thoughts flashed through my head. They don't seem intent on killing me, but rather just capturing me. Considering the disparity in our strength, faking the surrender now is the best course of action. But will my capture be used as a trap to lure in my dial? Just as Helen is about to restrain me, bullets whistle through the air. She instinctively shuffles back to invade, but the shockwave still makes her stumble.
指揮官、しっかり掴んでてくれ。逃がすか。
Nice hair. Tight, Commander. I'm going to step on the gas. Evacuate everyone. Where are we going? Way over there? Where's Helen at? Oh, there she is. Ugh. It don't seem that bad. Might change my tune soon, though. We'll charge forward, but we'll also flank. Crap. And I noticed that that's what that was. I don't want to kill this marionette. Hope this freezes Helen. Oh no, Helen can't be damn. You can't be hit with any status effects though, right? She's looking kind of frozen to me, so maybe. Okay, so we should hopefully be able to kill both of them this turn, hopefully.
ご命令を落ちて隕石のように。はっ。これがあなたの最後の輝き。ターゲット確認。
That kill, which is actually good.
星々を
Oh my god, that kill
給与が上がるんですか。はい。
did so much damage.
どこを見てるんですか。
Now I hope we got to kill this
お茶
one.
をお出ししましょう。その
Looking good.
配置完了。セレクティ
Lolo, you do too much damage, girl. Time to start damaging this guy then, I guess. If we're not gonna kill this, right? Work. And now we can get the hell out of here.
昇進。私がですか。正義のもの給与が上がるんですか。
Now can't reach. That one's still frozen? Don't look like it. Not frozen, but whatever that other one's called. Simple.
どこを見てるんですか。裁きを受けろ。了解。 ご命令を落ちて隕石のように逃がしません。はっ。星々を逃がしません。その
Probably would be nice if I froze these two, huh? Too bad I can't. Yes, I can go here. All right, here we go.
ために。はい。デザートはいかがですか？
Goes over it.
これで
Ow.
昇進？私がですか？わかりました。昇進？私がですか？
Trying to run for our life.
現行犯で逮捕する。
Damn, I'm gonna kill her.
了解。
Crazy.
はい。戦うことは私の使命です。はい。わかりました。落ちて隕石のようにターゲット確認。逃がしません。
You about to wake him up anyway. Although, now that I think about it, well, yeah, it would.
これがあなたの最後の輝き。ターゲット確認。はい。お待たせしました。はい。どこを見てるんですか？お茶をお出ししましょう。
That's crazy that she took so much damage from that.
セーフ。
No, Nikita. Don't you die on us.
昇進私がですか
I don't know what to attack. I guess this, right?
正義の名のもと給与が上がるんですか
どこを見てるんですか？
正義を汚すな了解しましたデザートはいかがですか
You gotta come on back, Tololo. We need some escape support.
ご命令を。墓地隕石のように。ターゲット確認。
There's some covering fire on the way. What the? Ugh. That's not good. Yeah, that really screwed everything up. Alright, let's super shield her up. Actually keeps Suomi right here. Maybe she'll draw some fire herself. Keep Nikita from getting ganged up on. Oh no, I moved her anyway. Goodness gracious. It's all falling apart. Alright, we're kind of good, I guess.
了解しました
Bruh.
わかりました。
Thank you.
どこを見てるんですか？落ちて隕石のように。逃がしません。ターゲット確認。
Might as well just kill everybody at this point.
ご命令を。これがあなたの最後の輝き。はっ。星々を。ターゲット確認。はい。
昇進私がですか
戦うことが私の使命です。はい。
昇進私がですか現行犯で逮捕するお茶をお出ししましょうせー
Mm-hmm. All right, we're out of here.
みんなのために。はい。はっ。昇進。私がですか。どこを見てるんですか。
It's funny because Helen was immune that time. But she wasn't immune the first time.
はい。給与が上がるんですか。
Following Helen's command, more and more dolls from the community gather around and surround us, with many of them being familiar faces. Like puppets on strings, they slowly advance under Helen's orders with their hollow eyes. Neither Naya nor I can get through to them.
ミランダ殿、シーナ殿、ロッタまで。一体どうなっているのだ。
みんな操られている。ウルリドとヘレンまで。
狩猟殿にヘレン殿。これは何か邪悪な呪いなのか。
Wicked curse.
まだわからない。
この後に及んでおしゃべりする暇があるの。
Catching us off guard, Helen suddenly emerges out of nowhere and strikes Naya with her elbow, knocking her to the grass. I try to reach for her only for a shining blade to stop me in my tracks, so close that I can feel its chilling edge against my throat.
指揮官、下手に動かない方がいい。首を切られては打ち合わせもできなくね。
Naya lifts her head with difficulty, yet that act makes Helen, who had been ignoring her, pause her step.
ルシェーブヌー。確かあんたもコミュニティの大事な戦力だったわね。ランペティエとの戦闘でそこそこ活躍したらしいじゃない。こんなやつを見落とすなんて。
Helen says as she walks toward Naya. Across her back, streaks of electrical signals flicker and shuffle, disappearing between her shoulder blades. The strange pattern stirs an ominous feeling within me. Combined with what she just said, is she planning to do the same to Naya?
おとなしくした方がいい。
As if having precedes my realization, Ulrich lifts her blade in warning. But in the very next instant, Helen suddenly freezes as if someone has hit the pause button before her whole body starts trembling violently.
こんな時に拒絶反応。
Behind me, Ulrich collapses to her knees, clutching her face in pain. Without a command to follow, the rest of the dolls just stand there blankly.
人間の指揮官。
Helen reaches out, both her hands at me. While my instinct prompts me to dodge out of the way, I remain in place, letting her hold onto my shoulders and slowly sink to her knees.
大丈夫だ。
I reassure Naya, because I can tell this Helen has no intent to harm me. Although her gaze is filled with pain, it has become more resolved and gentle than before.
指揮官、時間がない。ほとんどの人形がクロちゃんに感染されてる。ヘレンさんも。
Oh, this fight too.
クロちゃん。クロちゃんって誰だ？
クロちゃんはどんな素体にも適応できるから、発電所のどの設備にも入ることができる。だからみんなクロちゃんの簡易メンタル感染されて。
Oh, those were her own neurocloud backups. I thought she was trying to bring her homies back. Helen's grip tightens, but I'm too focused on processing her words to feel the pain.
どうすればみんなを元に戻せる？
サーバールームに。指揮官、クロちゃんを許して。
Helen collapses again. Black circuit-like patterns read beneath her skin like parasites, flickering and twisting.
人間のためにここまでするなんて。
Helen's gaze is once again filled with wrath, though traces of clarity remain among the chaos.
指揮官、逃げて。ルシエブ・ヌイさんも。 分かった。
Naya snaps out of her gazing and quickly grabs my hand.
指揮官、避難通路に行くぞ。あそこなら秋からも逃れることができよう。
Caught her a revenant. She pulls me up and we rush toward the reinforced emergency corridor. Behind us, Helen encroaches like a broken animatronic. It's clear that she's fighting against the other consciousness inside her body with every step.
指揮官、こっちだ。ふう、イン。
We hurry into the emergency corridor as Naya hits the gate control. As the blast door lowers, Helen's silhouette gradually vanishes from view, but her voice still slips through the narrowing gap and reaches my ear.
指揮官、やっと会えた。
想定通りの勝利です。本当はもう少し完璧に終わらせられたはずなんですけど。
That's crazy. All right. I think that's a solid spot to stop. And then we'll do the next parts. We're getting kind of close, right? If the story note was right here, I would have probably gone ahead and done it, but I don't feel like doing another mission. And much less about feeling like it. We're kind of running low on time. So what I'm going to do instead, to round out the end of this stream, okay, well, first and foremost, let's do a pool. Why not, right? Whose gun is this again? Can't remember. Retired Greythorn. Whose gun is this again? Oh, prettier. Yeah, I don't need that. Don't need that at all. It's a little bit more of my energy. Actually, let's do gotta get Void Mistina going. Yeah, I'm one short of another one. Oh, never mind, it popped up. Alrighty.